Good morning, everybody. Happy Thursday. Today's November 13th, 2025, and welcome to another live trading session with In the Zone Trader. Hope you guys have had a good week so far. We are back trading the 1024 tick chart for the NQ, or the MNQ rather. And I've had a lot of issues the last few days with Tradeovate, so I've had to transition and go back to using rhythmic accounts. Let's look at the daily chart and see what we're doing. So you can see we're holding this 21 EMA right now, but this is definitely more of a bearish look. Maybe we come down and retest 315 area, 322 area. Sorry, this zone right here. Because what I'm also seeing is we got this little downward trend line look here. So let's just see how it plays out. We have about 2 minutes before market opens. Draw some of my trend lines here. Let's see, where's my golden ruler? Golden ruler is still all the way up here. Okay, under a minute until market opens. Good morning, Doug. How are you, sir? All right, the market has opened. Happy to hear that. Happy to hear you're doing well. I'm going to be trying to take a lot of my trades today on discount. So I'm going to be risking around 6 or so points to try to make at least 10 points. We'll have some runners. I'm trying to make the math work in my favor because I was finding that a lot of my losers were bigger than my winners, and that's never a good thing. It's just not going to help you in the long run unless you have a very high probability of winning, which normally I do. I have 70 to 80% win rate, but the last the last few days, or I should say few weeks, have been really, really challenging. So I want to put the math back in my favor. That way, in order to make money, it doesn't take that much of an effort to be profitable, especially if you're close to a 2-to-1 reward to risk ratio. We have this EMA here that's kind of acting as resistance. We also have the standard deviation here acting as support. So we're kind of sandwiched in at the moment. Yeah, TradeZilla is really cool. I was actually trying to launch the Trade Mirror before TradeZilla, the virtual version. They are a very powerful tool for day trading and for certain types of swing trading. You can link your prop firm to TradeZilla as well and have it track your performance, which is really nice. See if we can get this bearish move here. No, did not get it. We can try again. No, missed it. Okay, we'll try that again. Guess we're going bullish now. Maybe. Or not. Keep missing my entries. It's kind of annoying. Yep, keep missing my entries. What happened there? Wow. Really nice run into the downside at this point. try going bearish again. I'm not having the best time with my entries right now. The candles are moving kind of fast. Okay. 300 did not hold to the downside. Guess we'll try 300 again. Oh, my ninja's frozen. Yeah, my ninja's frozen. Wonderful. Okay. Let's restart Ninja. Still loading my charts. I might have to reinstall NinjaTrader. I've been having a lot of issues with it recently. Alright, we're back, guys. Sorry about that. Sometimes you can't control what technology does. See if we can get a buy order down here. Too late. All right, let's see if what happens when we come down to 350. If we come back down to 350. Okay, let's see if we can keep that runner going. Good morning, Jeremy. How are you? Doing okay. Doing okay. Just a little frustrated with Trade of 8 right now. I had to switch back to Rhythmic. But other than that, life is good, sir. Kind of missing my entries here. Want to take it off this bounce of the trend line. Candles are also moving extremely fast today. $400 might be resistance now instead of support. Let's see where we're at. We are going to be shorting this at 400. Hoping it can come back down. Yeah, I would connect my NinZaTrader to the Trade of 8. That's been what the issue has been. I've been running into something called a rate limit, where you're only allowed 5,000 bits of data, whatever that means, per hour. And apparently I was running over that. Even though I've traded multiple accounts before, I've never had this issue up until this week. I'm very disappointed with Trade of 8 right now because it keeps locking me out of my accounts because of that rate limit issue. I think some people also use Trade of 8 and trade on the website rather than through NinZaTrader. I don't think they have any issues, but a lot of my tools that I use are on NinZaTrader, so I really can't afford to switch and trade on just the website itself. Missed me by a tick. There we go. That was nice. have this nice runner right now. That was a nice like 50-point runner. That was awesome. Question is, are we going to hold this level, go back up, or are we going to continue to go back down? I'm going to go with the bearish side. See if we can come back up here and get a fill. All right, well, we lost like 4 points on that trade. Yeah, there's a little bit of indecision right now, so we're just going to let it play out. Try bullish one more time. All right, there we go. Not gonna try it again. And when it dumps like this, you can potentially try to risk 6 points for a continuation move down. And if it doesn't want to do it, you just lose 6 points. Try to short it back here again. Changed my mind because we broke this trend line. I think it would have worked though. Yeah. All right, let's guess we can try again if it wants to come back up. Price action today has been so violent though. That's what I mean. See how violent that was? Like, Might try to short it at 400. See if we can come back down. Nope. Okay. Yeah, I can't get the key areas to hold today. This is unfortunate. Really unfortunate. See, that's what I was hoping it would do at around 450. It would hold and go back up like that. My ideas today have been correct, but in trying to keep the stop losses low has been really costing me a lot of stop losses. Took it off a break even. Probably, yeah, it would have worked. So in case you're wondering what the heck I'm doing here, I'm trying to take 50% retracement trades, meaning I want the signal candle to trigger, get in on it at 50% pullback. That way I'm cutting my risk in half and going for 2 to 1, 3 to 1, 4 to 1 setup. My timing today has been really off. Like really off. But I think the premise works, so we're going to continue trading it, and I think the numbers are going to catch up in our favor. The candles are also moving really fast today too. So for example, here is a setup, 50% retracement. I would have gone into it here. Target's down there, and it did retrace 50%. All right, it's coming back up. Let's see. Almost got me. But I missed it, you know? And there it is. It hits target. So here you would be risking about 6 points to make 18 points. I mean, that's 3 to 1. And that's the idea of the system. Just haven't been able to execute today with how fast these candles are moving. So here's another example of 50% retracement. See, almost came down to 50% and boom, hit its target, right? It's just, I guess it takes a tremendous amount of focus to do it, especially with how fast these candles are moving. But we're gonna get the hang of it. It's a nice thing about trading new accounts. You can we never triggered down here, so we wouldn't take the 50% retracement. We needed to trigger first. And now we have the opposite here, but we do have a trend line and an EMA in the way. There's that 50% retracement. But I don't think it's going to work because we have all that resistance now above us, right? All right. So now the trade we're currently in is this one. Hasn't quite hit target yet. 50% retracements all the way up here at 53.75. We just hit target though. And sometimes the trades are just going to trigger and they're just going to go and hit target. And you won't get that chance to hit the 50% retracement. Now here we got that bearish trigger. 50% retracement is near the EMA. I would say that's very ideal if it wants to come back, but it just went straight to target. Oh, we're back at 400. See if we can get a fill at 400 holds, go back up. I don't think it's gonna work. Yeah. We try that again. Looks like we want to try to hold. Stinks, especially when you take 2 stop losses in a row like that. It really does stink. Now we're going bearish. Was hoping that the standard deviation level was going to hold. It did not. Looking at the 800 tick for a second to see if it's better. It is steadier. And slightly slower, which I think is what we need, because I think the 1024 tick right now is just way too fast. Okay, let's try to trade the 800 instead on the NQ. That's why it's a little slower. We're going to be converting these NQ trades into micro trades using my trade copier. Okay, so here we have potential short if we can come back up to 400. Now I needed to go back down. Okay, we have a runner now. Okay, our runner was taken out. We technically haven't hit the target yet because this is the bearish candle that triggered lower. Price is now really starting to slow down. Okay, we finally hit the target on this candle. See what it looks like on the 1024. Initially got the trigger here, we hit the target there. Right now we're really getting the push down. Okay, we got in at the 50%. Pull back here. Still have a runner. I'm going to try to be more patient and take cleaner trades, guys. I've been a little impatient today. Oh, couldn't even move my runner. Not a bad problem to have. We will have to keep track of the runner though now. All right, the runner's been taken out. Okay. All right, we're shorting it here at 300. We're going to see how if this trend line holds, which is it's not. I was going to get another buy here, but we're breaking down. I was trying to short it there at the EMA. That was interesting. It took one of my contracts off for a loss, but the other two for a winner. I'll take it. Now let's see how we behave around 300. We do have... We're obviously in a much bigger downtrend, but we're also on a more immediate, smaller downtrend as well. We're going to short it here at 300. Okay, didn't work. Okay, we're going to try it again. I think the difference here is this candle actually triggered and this candle didn't. See exactly where that 50% retracement is. We've touched it a few times, like right here. So we lost our chance to get into the trade, I think. Or maybe not. Let's see. Does it want to come up? Target. Okay, our runner is out. Yeah, we're just going straight down. I don't have opportunities for any pullbacks right now. Did we just hit? I thought we got it. You're saying, Jeremy, you're saying we broke through the opening range on the 15-minute. And that's where all the flushing came from? Got it. Sorry guys, I'm a little frustrated right now because I'm getting stopped out and then it does go back and actually hit the move. It's super frustrating. Super frustrating. Wow, we were really stuck in this little area here. I just needed to come down like 8 points. It touched it. Are you serious? You can't make this stuff up, guys. You cannot make this stuff up. Alright, there we go. My goodness. Good morning, John. How are you, sir? I just saw your message. $200 might be a bounce point here. We'll see. There's that bounce. The buyers are really buying. This should hold for at least 6 points and go up for 10. There we go. Yeah, I have a new ATM strategy, John. I'll have to share that with you. I'm trading 6 micros. Three of them get taken off at 10. One of them is gets taken off at 15 with a trailing runner. And one contract is a true runner that you manually manage. And I'm only risking 6 points per trade. So I'm looking for 50% pullbacks, retracements, or areas where I think it's going to hold and giving it 6 points of wiggle room. So this is a downward trade for right here. But I'm not going to take it. I want to see us retrace back a little bit. It's too big. It's double my risk, right? So now a lot of the trades today have just straight up worked once you get into them because of how aggressive the market's been. But I don't want to risk that kind of money today. Or not money. I don't want to be putting on 15-point risk trades at the moment, is what I meant to say. We can try it shorted here because now we're near that 6-point range. And if it doesn't work, it's okay. Because we were initially supposed to be down here at 15. We'll move into break even. Either works or it doesn't at this point. Okay. But I just want to be taking trades where I'm not risking a lot, but I got to be really smart about where I enter. That's the key. You also have this bullish trade too. That just hit target. So had I had taken this trade here, which was a good trade to take, by the way. Bearish. The runway's clear. We didn't have this trend line in the way yet. Nothing in its way. We would have lost about 15 or so points, and I'm kind of tired of losing 15 points if I'm wrong. So, and the reason why I'm also doing it this way is because I am trying to have my winners always be bigger than my losers. So if I can't get a good entry or I can't get a good price, then I'm not going to take it. I think it's like shopping at trying to get a good deal on something. You're waiting for it to go on sale. Or if you're at a bazaar and you're negotiating your price. I mean, isn't that what the marketplace is? Legitimately, one big marketplace. So here I could take it at 250 because my stop loss would be reasonable below this candle. But I think at this point, this thing is just skyrocketed up. Oh, well, I wasn't paying attention and we got... Oh. See, this type of action today has been really frustrating. You get stopped out and then it actually hits your target. I've had that happen too many times as well. But at least when we're wrong, it doesn't hurt as much. I think at this point, the trade we're currently in is this one, and we did hit target, and the runner is out. So let's reset now and see what we want to do next. So this is our signal candle. I will try to see if we can get it at a 50% discount if it triggers higher, but I feel like the way the market's been moving, let's just see. Will it come back down to 50%? Get us and go back up, ideally. Okay. Okay. Well, that was fun. Again, legit trigger up here, lost half as much. Okay, we're in with the 50% retracement. Now we just needed to bounce up. And it's just unfortunate it didn't work. Good trade. We've been taking decent trades. They're just not working. Where is my runner? See if we can get this 50% retracement here. Go back down. Okay, we have this look now. Our runner is still running. Okay, we're approaching 200. Runner is still intact. But I am willing to take the bounce here. If we can go back up. Again, risking 6 points. Doesn't look like it's gonna work. Okay, the runner is out. Okay, we have a runner on this trade now. Okay, runner's been taken out. If it triggers higher here, I will go for the pullback if we get it. Notice I didn't buy it here. We were still in this bearish move, so. This is definitely a battle zone right here. Guess I'll go ahead and show you what trade the market's currently in. It's this one. Target's down there at 90. I don't know if it's a viable trade, just because we have 200 in the way. We have this low as potential support at 192. We also have this downward trend line here if we're trying to go up. So we're kind of stuck. So we're going to wait until we get unstuck. I'm trying to see if there's any other lows. Delete all these old lines so we don't need anymore. Okay, it looks like we're trying to break out of this zone, but failing. Huh. Maybe I spoke too soon. I'll see if I can get a 50% retracement on this breakout, but I think typically if breakout trades are going to work, they're supposed to just go up. As it's doing right now, but hey, it is pulling back. Let's see. Okay. Okay, now we have a bearish signal, but we're not gonna, obviously it's too late for us to take it and it doesn't follow our rules. Also, if you're wondering why we triggered lower here at 250, two reasons. 250 is a zone, and also, if you look at the 5 minutes, we ran right up into that 8 EMA on the 5 minute. Okay, the runner's still running. Okay, we're approaching 200 again. It'll be really interesting to see what happens here. Sellers are definitely in control at this point. Okay, can we get the runner to be taken out? There we go. Everything's been reset again. Let's see if we can find another opportunity here. Alright, this technically triggered higher, but we have the EMA in the way. It's funny how some days the mediocre trades are the ones that end up working, the ones you're not really supposed to take, and then the ones that you do take that are pretty decent just don't work. All right, well, the runner is out. Let's see what's going to happen at this EMA area here. Looks like we're going right through it. See if we can get a pullback here. All right. This is a trigger higher. All right, let's keep going. I like this. Okay. And again, when you take trades at the 50% pullback, it gives you the opportunity to hit your targets sooner. Notice we technically still haven't hit our target here. It's coming back up though. I'll see if I can get back in. Not a good idea. Or I think it was a decent idea, it just didn't work. Trying to zoom out to see, just get a bird's eye view what's really going on here. Hoping that we get a continuation move higher here now that we broke through this trend line. Keep going higher. Let's go. All right, our runner's out. It's really interesting, like every time the buyers have tried to do something, it's met with resistance. Buyers haven't really been able to get anything going. Just trying to buy it there. But that was a mistake. Try this again. could be a fool's trade. But I feel like buyers are showing some form of resilience here. At this point, I should be shorting, not going long for sure. I guess I missed it, so stinks. It's coming back up. Let's see if it gets us in. Okay, that's not ideal at all. Come on, buyers, you can do it. You can do it. I got out for around break even. That's very frustrating. And my stop loss automatically moved me to break even, took me out, and it went up and hit target. Yeah. I'm just not a happy camper right now. We did get that 50% retracement. It stinks I couldn't catch it. I mean, this is a pretty big candle. We are running into that trend line resistance there. I'm not gonna get into it here. Oh, changed my mind. We're still in that same trade, believe it or not, from 1129 candle. All right, the runner's out. Guess I'll keep an eye on this trade. We're not done with it yet. All right, we pretty much just hit the target there. What a crazy, crazy trade. And I believe the runner is still running, so. I forced that one, unfortunately. Okay, looks like 200 is support momentarily. Okay, now I think we've shifted to going short. I say that and we... Ay. I feel like the market's got my number today, guys. Okay. Technically, we're still in this trade, and it would have worked if I actually put my stop loss up there. That's unfortunate. Okay, we got that 50% retracement. Would love for it to come back down. There we go. All right, we got a runner now. Technically, we still haven't hit the target yet on this trade. I could have shorted it again here, but I hesitated. Also, I find myself when I get greedy and I try to get into the trade the second time, it bites me. It would have worked here. Yeah, we would have gotten our 10 points. All right, I think the runner is being tested, right? Yep, it's out. Okay. We have this trend line, which is now this trend line. All right, do we get a short signal here? All right, stop loss. We might get another short signal here again. I don't really like this candle as much. Didn't get a chance to move my candle. All right, come down. That sucked. That was a big stop loss. Look, I mean, look at this messy trade action right now. Price action. It's really messy. Really, really messy. Now our golden ruler is underneath us. Can we hold and go back up? Nope. That's frustrating. Guys, I might have to call it here. I am not very happy with how things are going. Can't seem to get any traction. Well, let me just catch my breath. Probably should not have taken this one here because we had this trend line here that I forgot to draw. Pieces are all there. Sometimes I just forget to draw them. I think this one actually worked, but I didn't take it off in time. Okay, so if you guys haven't noticed, I switched to trading minis instead of micros and not doing a lot of runners because the micros were killing me on the fees. We've managed to climb up to the green. I'm going to continue trading though. I'm in a good mood. I'm in the zone. I think shorting there was a correct move. We broke through the trend line, the EMA, and 200. Just didn't work. Almost there, but got out around break even. And we still haven't really hit target on this one here, the 1218 candle. You can see we're kind of in this wedge. We'll try it again, going up. So we're at the bottom of the wedge. All right, that was nice. We finally hit target on this 1218 candle. took out the runner, which means this is the next trigger higher here, but we're underneath these two trend lines. Can start deleting trend lines now. This one's no longer valid. We're approaching this zone up here, which is where the golden ruler has been this whole time. I believe the runner is still running. We're getting some resistance here at the standard deviation level. We're also, if you look at the 5-minute chart, we're running up against that 21 EMA right there. I was thinking about shorting it here, but I hesitated because we have that standard deviation, the trend line, and the 5-minute 21 EMA. It would have worked. It's okay. Hope you guys like a good comeback, which we did. We came back. Had to make some adjustments though, and had to get better at trading this system. Let's see if we can get a continuation move higher here. All right, that was bad. Probably shouldn't have with that trend line in the way as well. We were pushing above the 5-minute EMA, and I was hoping it was going to hold. Basically, I was hoping it would do what it's doing now. Let's see if we can grab it again. All right, let's go up now. Okay. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Dare we try to do it again here? I think it makes sense. We still haven't hit the overall target at 248. Love for this to hold and go back up. There we go. It worked. Lovely. I love when a plan comes together. All right, let's update some trend lines here. All of our trend lines at this point are going to be upward trend lines because we are very bullish. And you guys are probably wondering, why in the world are you drawing all these trend lines? Because computers draw a ton of trend lines, and I'm just trying to see which ones the market is respecting, and then we make some adjustments. That's the short answer. I'm trying to see if we have anything else I need to draw to the downside, and it might be this. Might be that downward trend line right there. Okay, at this point, I'm trying to figure out what trade we're actually in, and I believe we were in this one. It hit target. It was a bearish signal here. Now we are sort of in no man's land. We triggered bearish again, but not taking it. A bullish trade is the better option here if we can break through this trend line. Looks like we're having a hard time breaking it. Okay, we triggered bearish once more. All right, we delete this trend line and we update it with this trend line. And if you guys are wondering how am I drawing my trend lines, is a little bit different than what you guys are used to. I'm using the swings and the pivot levels to draw my trend lines. So this is a swing low, another swing low. There's my trend line right there. Hope you guys are liking this music. I actually created it myself using AI, believe it or not. But it's supposed to be feel-good music, helps you to focus type thing. It's supposed to put you in a good mood. Which anything I can do to help me stay in a good mood is welcome, especially when it comes to trading, because it's all about the mindset, right? Alright, so we did trigger bullish here. We still got that trend line in the way though. Okay. I'll tell you this, guys, when I'm in the zone, I know it's funny, it's called In the Zone Trader. I start seeing things like Neo in the Matrix, and I start just having a sixth sense for things, like obviously not taking this one bullish. It looked nice, right? Get this reversal here. I want to stay in the zone, guys. That's what I'm trying to work on, and that's what this channel is also going to be about. How do I stay in the zone? How do I teach you guys to stay in the zone? Because if you can stay in the zone, having a positive mindset, you'll be an extremely profitable trader. And that is the trick, guys. That is the trick. I don't know if you guys remember Mark Douglas's book, Trading in the Zone. This is kind of what my name is based off of, his book. He was a phenomenal trader slash psychologist. I don't know what you want to call him other than, I mean, he figured a lot of things out in the 80s, 90s, and early 2000s that way ahead of his time. Way ahead of his time. And if you guys have never read that book, I highly recommend it. It's really good. All right, so you see how we have this swing here. This is lower than this swing here. That becomes our next trend line that we draw. And we're currently in no man's land. We're not in a bullish trade or a bearish trade. I also welcome questions, not just about the trading system and trading, but I welcome questions about mindset, how to develop a stronger mindset. That is a personal journey of mine that I've been working really hard on. But also, it's just a really important aspect of trading, so it needs to be discussed, probably more so than any other topic. All right, so you guys see this swing high here, and we have that swing high here. That's where our next trend line's gonna be, from these two swings, and I'll match it with with this trend line here. So question is, are we going to break out to the upside? We kind of already broke to the downside, but we have 200 in the way as potential support. So I'll adjust the trend line like this. I think the market is currently in this trade, but it's going to get stopped out like right there. This trade's not a good trade because of 200. This trade's not a good trade because of the standard deviation and the EMA, which we're hitting up against now. All right, so then this swing is lower than that one. Where's our next swing low? This right here. So this becomes our upward trend line. Golden ruler moves down. Question is, did we actually hit target on this one? We did, and it pulled back. So this is the new trigger here to go up. I don't want to take it right there. I want to wait for it to pull back. But even if I take it here at standard deviation level, that's still 8 or 9 points. I'm trying to stay within a 6-point range. But let's pretend we took it here. We would have gotten filled. 40 is our target. 40.75, which would be right there where my cursor is. And it's just having a hard time, but it might hit it. Would we have been stopped out? 30.75, yep. So I try to, these are the thoughts that are going in my mind. I don't want to just get into a trade if it triggers. I want to look at the overall context. Does it also fit my risk criteria? We have the same situation here now going to the downside. Where would I take the trigger? I would take it here at the failure at 30.50. Problem is I would be risking almost 10 points to the upside, which I didn't want to do. We do have a new trend line now from this swing to this swing. Okay, golden ruler moves up. The runner was taken out. This did trigger to the upside. It's almost at target though at this point. Okay, I want to take it here. I do. I want to take it at 200. Get that bounce up for 10 points. Let's go. There we go. Clean. Clean, clean, clean. And one of the things that was super frustrating this morning was that the candles were moving too fast. And when the candles were moving too fast, I can't sit there and actually think about context the way I'm thinking about it right now And if I can't do that, then I lose a significant portion of my edge. And you guys saw how we got stopped out quite a bit. Now, granted, some of them were good trades that just didn't work, and some of them were trades that I got rushed into. And if I wasn't being rushed and I actually had time to think about it, we would have made better decisions. And so that's just my takeaway for today, is promote an environment where you don't feel like you're rushed. You can make really sound decisions. Also, you want to promote an environment where you don't feel fear, because fear will destroy your accounts. Fear of missing out, fear of being wrong, fear of losing money, fear of looking like an idiot on the stream when you're trading in front of other people. These are all legitimate fears I face, right? But first and foremost, I would say, if you mess up, forgive yourself. You're human. You're learning, you know? You're human and you're learning. I'm human and I'm learning. I've been trading for over 8 years and I'm still learning. And I'm having to adjust. And I just want to give you guys that opportunity to give yourself that level of grace, because it's not easy if you're beating yourself up, you know? We probably could have taken this doji sandwich lower there for 10 points, but hindsight, right? All right, we got some new trend lines to draw. We have this swing high, this lower swing high. So you want to be constantly surveying your chart, making sure you have the most up-to-date information. All right, I believe the runner is out. Okay, we'll try to take a trade here at 150 to go long. Okay, we're in. Probably gonna, 150 is not holding. See if we can come back up. Okay, good. It worked. Wonderful. So let's talk about this. This is actually the ideal setup, right? We come into a zone, which is a 150 zone. The runner's been taken out because we were keeping track of the runner to the downside. It does trigger higher, come down, retest 150 or a 50% retracement. Get in, your stop loss is down here, and you get your target. This is my ideal trade scenario that I am looking for right now and if I'm wrong, I lose half as much money as I would be making. And that's the key. This is the trade setup right there, guys. So we have this swing low, higher swing low. So we're going to be drawing this trend line right there. Now, the runner has been taken out here to the upside. The next trade we would be looking at is if we can continue going higher and get a retrace back to the EMA right there. Problem is we're potentially running into this downward trend line that I have drawn there, right? So this did trigger higher. You would technically get it in here at 50%, but I would, if there is a zone, you'd likely want to go to that zone, and that zone is at 169. So you would get into it here, your stop loss would be below this mark right there. So we'll get in 6-point stop loss. We're looking to see if we can come back up and hit 10 points. Now, the only thing I would say that didn't make this trade an A+ setup is that we did have this trend line in the way. But I just wanted to show what a setup would look like. And now we're getting the opposite sort of trade here. But it already hit target to the downside, so. Now we're getting the same scenario as here with the 1249 candle, but we got that trend line in the way, so we wouldn't even buy it on a pullback here either. And you can see it's stopped out, right? And now you're having a similar issue with this candle trying to go lower because we have two areas of support. We have the 150 and we have the upward trend line. So you want to make sure the runway is clear if you're going to take trades. Our golden ruler should have moved to, let's see, 216.25. And now what do you guys notice now? One thing I forgot to draw, but again, these candles are forming. You have to constantly be updating your chart. We have another high and a lower high. At the swings, this becomes another trend line. And the trend lines are going to act as support and or resistance, right? And if you can break through a trend line, you can potentially take a breakout trade. It depends on the context. So I'm just trying to give you guys all the different options you guys have when taking trades. Different setups, what you should be looking for, what you should be watching out for. Now this is just a really tricky area. We're getting wedged in from both sides, and it's just better to just sit on your hands and not take any trades right now. Just wait until we get out of this range. All right, now this is actually a setup. I might have missed it. I was looking at my phone, but this is a setup I would take to the upside. Because we broke through both trend lines. We got the trigger higher here. I just want a better entry, a cheaper entry. So we're in. And again, if it doesn't work, you're losing about 6 points, maybe 6 to 8 points, which is what happened here. Okay, this is a bearish signal here. See if we can come back to 149. Get in and go down. We were able to re-enter the trade up here at the trend line, or not the trend line, the EMA, and take it for 10 points. So that made up for the loser. We now have this upward trend line look, unfortunately, to the downside. Okay, now we're breaking through it. We did just hit target on the initial trade lower there. We have another trend line we want to draw. Although I think it might be, yeah, that's the trend line we want to draw. if we're going to continue going down right here, this would be the signal candle to go lower. I would love for it to pull back to 50% though. But I think it might just go. Oh, okay, we're in. Now I want it to come back down. Okay. Probably should have put my stop loss above this wick here, but that's hindsight for you. Okay, we're getting another shot at this. Try to short it right at the EMA if it wants to come back up. Oh wow, that was a dirty stop loss. Okay. Sometimes that will just happen in the market as well. And now you literally sellers are coming back in. This trend line is holding there, so I think we want to go short here. Okay. I didn't get a chance to move my stop loss. Let's try that again. Okay, I was completely wrong on that one. Bad read. But it wants to calm down, guys. Ay, ay, ay. Okay. I'm gonna add it here. Alright. Now it needs to come down. I probably, God, I'm kind of breaking some of my rules here. I'll be honest with you guys, but it looks like looks can be deceiving, I suppose. It looks like it wants to come down. But it's bouncing off that upward trend line, so I'm like basically not following my own rules here. which is not good. Okay. All right, calm down, calm down. There you go. Okay. I would love to get a runner to the downside. I mean, we literally broke through this whole trend line here. I'm hoping we just flush down. Doesn't look like we're getting that. I did short it again here. Just gonna put it at break even. Yeah, there's definitely a battle zone here. There we go. Okay, let's see how we do at that EMA. We busted through it. Let's see how we do at 150. That could be an area of resistance, so we could short potentially. But I want to see how the candle behaves, so I'm not just going to blindly get in. Okay, we're in long. I think we're transitioning back up. All right, there we go. Dare I take it again? I missed it. Okay. Can we go back up for another 10 points? Okay, no. Okay, let's try that again. We will give it room this time. All right, this is a lesson on what not to do, guys. Don't do what I just did. Don't move your stop losses. Don't add to the loser. Terrible. Terrible, terrible, terrible. Just not a good setup. I don't know why I did that. I was forcing the trade to go back up. I think what's happening here is like, oh yeah, I'm not wrong. And then you double down on it. That's very dangerous behavior, by the way. Very, very dangerous behavior. Yeah. We took a much bigger stop loss than we needed to take there. Wait, am I still in a trade? What is going on? Apparently I'm in a trade. My copier is kind of messing up. Let's just get in this trade and see what happens. Okay. Well, that worked out serendipitously for us. Try to say that 10 times fast. All right, so let's update our trend lines. We got this trend line. We're technically in the middle of this trade, which just hit target and came back to break even. So we're not in any trades right now. Oh, and one more thing, I guess, that I wanted to talk about today, since we were talking a little bit about mindset. Be sure to have fun when you're trading. It's just gonna, when you're in a good mood, good vibes all around, it's just gonna improve your performance. All right, what do we got here? We closed above the EMA, but we never triggered higher. And now we have this upward trend line here. Most likely we're going to have this downward trend line here unless this thing decides to go. Which it did. Okay. All right, this is the bullish trigger here. We cannot take it. 150 is a zone. How do we know 150 is a zone? Well, let me show you. This right here, this resistance level. Let's just see how price behaves around that area. I'll be right back, everybody. One moment. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that, guys. Okay, so let's update our trend lines, shall we? So we will try to take it here at the EMA. Okay, instant stop loss, that stinks, but did not expect it to be that aggressive. Okay, we just hit the target on the downside. We are really sinking now. See if we can get a nice move, continuation move down. I feel like I have not had any of these really work for me today. I've always gone in at the wrong time. Okay. Okay, we're switching gears a little bit here. Oh, that's unfortunate. That was actually a really good setup to the downside. Let's try that again. Okay, this is gonna move down. Just keep going. Got a terrible fill on this one. Another one that just didn't work. All right, guys, I'm actually going to call it quits there. Hope you guys had a good one. We'll pick it up again tomorrow.